Hallo? Hey Internet und YouTube und willkommen zurück zu einem weiteren Part zu dem Spiel Genshin Impact. Wir machen da weiter, wo wir im letzten Stream aufgehört haben. Mit der Storyline von Fontaine. Ich hoffe natürlich, dass es heute genauso gut läuft wie beim letzten Stream, ohne Unterbrechung, ohne Abbrüche, trotz des kleinen Einblendungshinweis, dass mein Internetverbindungsgedöns nicht ausreichen würde. Was sich aber dennoch gehalten hat. Mm, Ich hoffe, das gleiche werden wir heute erleben. So, erst einmal machen wir das übliche Prozedere. Daily Logins, den Pass, Switch. Die 4 Belohnungen kriegen wir hin. Das ist easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So, wait. Hier habe ich noch was. Flips. Die nehmen wir mit. Free Food. Ist immer gut. Eine winterliche Geschichte. Oh. Oh. Das ist gut. Das machen wir natürlich. So. Das heißt, winterliche Geschichte, da steckt zum Beispiel auch ein Erfolg dahinter. Wir müssen diese Quest 3-mal abschließen. Und 3-mal gibt es verschiedene Dialoge, die man anklicken muss. Was uns dazu führt, dass wir hier das hübsche Ding machen können. Schnesnaja glaubt nicht an Tränen, Reihe 1. Gesagt, getan, perfekt. Bezieht sich genau auf dasselbe. Schließe alle Missionen von Sarevich im Zuge von gesagt, getan, perfekt ab. Das heißt, wir haben 3 Aufträge, wo wir innerhalb von einer Minute Hilichurle, glaube ich. Nur Hilichurle oder auch anderes bekämpfen müssen. Und das innerhalb von einer Minute abschließen. Ab dem Moment, ab dem wir fertig sind mit dem Dialog. Und das Glück, diese Quest 3-mal zu kriegen, ist relativ gering. Also, manche haben Glück und kriegen das jeden Tag. Andere kriegen es erst nach Monaten, weil, wie gesagt, die Daily Quests sind random. Die werden random gepickt, ausgewählt. Und hier ist es genau das gleiche. Es gibt eine Quest, die wir jetzt gerade machen. Da gibt es 3 Dialoge, die wir jedes Mal bei der Quest machen müssen, damit wir das kriegen. Ich meine, 5 Primos als Belohnung ist ein kleiner Trost, also ein geringer Trost. Aber dann kriegen wir den Fortschritt wenigstens weg. Und haben schon mal die Sammlung durch. So, dann, was haben wir hier noch? Ach, ja genau. Birdies. Birdies. Gestern war es ein Apfel, heute ist es ein Birdie. Okay. Kriegen wir hin. Kriegen wir hin. Kriegen wir hin. Kriegen wir hin. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Was haben wir hier? Kiefernzapfen. Nehmen wir natürlich mit. So. Dann gehen wir mal hier rein in die Kathedrale. Zu Victor. Ein Fatui aus Schneznaja. Mit den Fatuis haben wir es ja so gerne. Also, da steht der Gute. So, den redet ihr an. Beziehungsweise klickt ihr an, dann geht ihr kurz den Dialog durch. Dann könnt ihr hier auswählen. Ich gehe natürlich hier hin. So. Und jetzt haben wir hier die Möglichkeit, diese 3 auszuwählen. Einmal über die Fatui selbst, einmal über die Augen und einmal über die Zarin. Ich weiß nicht, beim ersten Mal habe ich glaube ich die Fatui gemacht, beim zweiten Mal, vorgestern oder wann es war, oder gestern, vor dem Stream bei den Dailies, habe ich die teuflischen Augen gemacht und jetzt machen wir mal die Zarin. Ich hoffe, dass wir alle drei dann damit zusammen haben. Das wäre nämlich ziemliches Glück, denn gestern und vorgestern, also gestern, vorgestern, gestern, hatte ich ja die Quest bekommen mit der winterlichen Geschichte und jetzt heute, was ein richtig guter Zufall ist. So, gucken wir mal. Vielleicht haben wir Glück und wenn nicht, müssen wir nochmal warten, bis die Quest zum dritten Mal kommt und dann machen wir das mit den Fatui und dann hätten wir das auch. Okay, wir müssen uns mit einem Ruinenwächter befassen, alles klar. Sammle Beute von Ruinenwächtern. Dann gehen wir hier mal raus. Und snacken uns den Ruinenwächter. In der Hoffnung, dass wir die Quest dadurch abgeschlossen haben. Und man achte auch darauf, bei den Daily Quests ist es so, dass es die normalen Daily Quests gibt, wo wir halt abfahren müssen. Und dann gibt es eben die Quests, die spezial sind, die haben dann hier ein Ausrufezeichen oder ein Fragezeichen dran. Das sind weiterführende Quests. Heißt, man hat mehrere Dialoge beziehungsweise Abschnitte. Und zum größten Teil gibt es dann auch die Quests, die, wie gesagt, dann ein Achievement ermöglichen, was man auch nur so erreichen kann. Wie in jeder Stadt oder wie in jedem Reich, sei es Mondstadt, sei es Inazuma, sei es liebe. Oh, wait a minute. Ich sehe da doch was. Zack. Ich glaube, das ist eine Kiste. Ich wollte mich doch jetzt auch annehmen. Flip. Was? Flip. Komm schon. Ah, ich schieß zu früh. Jetzt aber. Und jetzt aber. Aha. Dachte ich mir doch. Dann haben wir die auch gleich. Oh oh. So, hier ist der Ruinski. Oh, warum läufst du auf die Wand zu? Macht doch keinen Sinn. Ich hoffe, dass es der ist. Sonst wäre es ziemlich blöde. Und ich habe Rifle noch nicht mal benutzt, das ist auch ganz gut. Das machen wir aber jetzt. Zacka. Haben wir's. Entschuldigung, wenn es zwischendurch ein bisschen laut ist, aber das ist normal. So. Mikrofon noch ein bisschen richten, dann versteht man mich auch ein bisschen besser. Gucken wir mal. Ich meine, wir sind ja nicht umsonst da, wa? Okay, den HP-Punch, wovon ich HP zurückkriege, der geht nur bei Monstern, alles klar. Okay, dann mal auf zu Victor. Gucken wir mal. Haben wir es jetzt dadurch abgeschlossen oder nicht? Ich weiß es nicht. Kann auch sein, dass es verbuggt ist. Das hatte ich zum Beispiel bei diesem hübschen Ding. Zeige ich euch eben mal kurz. Liebe, der Hafen des Gesteins und der Verträge. Da muss ich noch 9 Aufträge machen. Zeitaufträge, dann habe ich das auch. Aber, Moment, das war hier oben. Hier gibt es die Daily Quests. Spiele mit Lulu, Fei und Meng Piraten. Oh nein, Pirat. Da musst du die Dialoge mit ihnen durchgehen, musst entweder ein guter Pirat oder ein böser Pirat sein. Kannst du dir aussuchen. Und musst es dann abschließen. Das habe ich einmal gemacht und dann hat mir der Erfolg nicht gezählt, also ist es verbuggt. Manchmal. Hier dasselbe, da müssen wir mit dem blinden Mädchen reden. Hier in Monster. Und das Ganze auch 5-mal. Das hier ist ebenfalls dasselbe. Ja. Und ihr seht, es gibt also viele Quests, die man mehrmals machen muss. Für einen Erfolg und ein Achievement. So. Gucken wir mal. Ich hoffe, wir haben es dadurch. Und? Wir haben keinen Erfolg gekriegt. Okay, das heißt, es fehlt dann noch im dritten Anlauf die Fatui. Und dann haben wir das auch durch. Oder es ist auch wieder ein Bug. Das kann auch sein. Kann man nie vorhersehen, wie gesagt. Besiege alle Gegner. Kugelrund und explosiv. Machen wir das zuerst, weil das in der Nähe ist. Ist ja gerade um die Ecke. Haben wir eigentlich schon wieder... Nein, falscher Knopf. Nein, wir haben nicht genug für den Poll. Okay. Dann müssen wir doch die Dailies machen. Ach, wieder hier unten hin. Alles klar. Kriegen wir hin? Kriegen wir hin. Flop. Ein paar explosive Fässer. Zack. Und zack. Und zack. Und zack. Und zack. Schöner Pack-a-Punch. Boom. Das lässt so schön sein. Fein. Okay, das war strange. Das war wirklich strange. Hat mich auch schon lange nicht mehr, dass jetzt in dem Spiel einfach das Spiel freeze. Aber das sollten wir auch haben. Schön den Loot mitnehmen. Du fehlst noch. Kommt so jetzt. So. Das war schon ein komisches Gefühl gerade. Ich dachte, jetzt würde mein Stream wieder abschmieren, aber das lag nur am Spiel. Das verzeiht man mir hoffentlich. Die ich nämlich auch noch mit. Plopp. Gratis Fleisch, gratis Fruit. So. Für die großartigen 11. Oh, da müssen wir nach Drachengrad. Okay. Oh. Können wir machen. Nicht wundern, ich bin nebenbei noch ein bisschen was am Naschen. Einen Moment. So. Da vorne hin. Die Qualität der Internetverbindung. Ach, mein Gott. Jetzt dachte ich, ich habe einmal Ruhe und wieder nichts. Das ist doch ärgerlich, Finde ich aber immer wieder Halt, Stopp. Ja, du bist der Typ. Okay, das ist okay.
Stabilize. And voila. Let's begin.
Grow, grow, grow. This way, turtle. The temple of wisdom. Ha! Grow, grow.
Use this. Solidify. Stay right. Now disappear.
So, das ist doch was. Ups. Komm her. Bayern. Nein? Du bist der dritte. Oh, du. Na, das wird ein Spaß.
And voila.
Ich verbrenne mal erstmal ein bisschen. Zack. zack,
to memory.
zack.
Sharing my knowledge.
Und zack.
Way now.
Baboom. Haben wir's. Und noch ein bisschen Loot dabei. So. Dann gehen wir von hier aus natürlich dahin. Ich muss aber gerade mal gucken. Ich glaube, ich muss an den Soundeinstellungen ein bisschen was ändern. Da, 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 da. Lautstärke der Effekte ein bisschen runterdrehen. Ich glaube, das hilft mir ein bisschen. So. Gucken wir mal. Mein Mikrofon ist nämlich perfekt ausgerichtet. Also sollte da eigentlich kein Problem bestehen. Oh, wait. Ah, ne. Ein Vogel, nicht das hier. Ich dachte, ich muss das hier knipsen. Dann hätte ich das gerade schon gemacht, aber... Es ist ein Vogel. Aber ich kann trotzdem was tun. Einfach so just for the lols. Okay, dann nicht. Die Äpfel haben wir ja schon. Die haben wir auch. Okay, dann hat sich das auch erledigt. Ist da noch ein Apfel? Nein. Ich muss aber ganz kurz was gucken. Überwiegend blaue Wildtiere. Das heißt, ein blauer Fuchs? Oh, wir haben hier wieder... Okay, ich weiß, glaube ich, was. Wir müssen gegen dieses Auge des Sturms kämpfen. Ah, toll. Machen wir erstmal das. Hallo?
Now disappear. Let's begin. Gather. Order guide.
Und? Was? Wow, ich dachte wirklich, ich erwischt.
Grow, grow, grow.
Solidify.
Jetzt aber. So. Die Dailies haben wir damit dann auch durch. Stufe 24. Das nehmen wir mit. Nein, falscher Knopf. Hier. So. Nehmen wir die Dailies mal mit. Ein bisschen Knabberei nebenbei ist auch nicht schlecht. Ham. So, gucken wir mal.
Ad astra abyssas. Thank you for
Okay. Wie viel fehlt uns eigentlich noch? An EP. Ich muss mal gerade gucken. Wir haben 216.000 von 258.000 auch. Okay, cool. Damit lässt sich arbeiten. Und wir probieren unseren Free Try. Junjin. Nicht ganz, was ich erwartet habe, gehofft habe, aber naja. Man kann nicht alles haben, wa? So. Aber wir haben dadurch ein Soft Pity, glaube ich. Oder nee, wir haben ein Hard Pity. Ich bin aber am Überlegen, soll ich doch vielleicht für Furina gehen? Schwierig. Ich meine, Baisu hätte ich gerne und Charlotte sowieso. Weil ich weiß nicht, mit Furina kann ich wie gesagt nichts anfangen. Das ist nicht so mein Fall. Wir probieren einfach weiterhin den Banner. Vielleicht haben wir ja Glück. So, da wir das abgeschlossen haben. Wait. Oh! Das ist natürlich auch praktisch. Dann nehmen wir das mal mit. So, was haben wir hier? 14, 70 und 1. Nehmen wir das. Ganz klar. Dann noch 4 Stufen für die nächsten 2 Free Pulls. Einmal für den Standard und einmal für die normalen Banner. Also für die jetzigen Figurenbanner. Mal gucken.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Überwiegend blaue Vögel. Ich will mal was gucken, ob das funktioniert. Okay, das funktioniert nicht mit den Tauben, leider. Oder doch? Ah, hier vorne. Funktioniert auch nicht. Schade. Ah, es hätte so einfach sein können, aber das ist es wohl nie. Ich glaube aber, ich habe da eine Idee. Wait a minute. Interaktive Karte. Gib mir eine Sekunde. Na komm. Uno momento, por favor.
Wine tastes the same.
Haben wir hier blaue Vögel? Nein, das sind alles... Oh. Das hat sich erledigt. Markierungen filtern. Gut. Die runden Früchte machen wir mal weg. Gut, dann gucken wir mal. Bei den Tieren von Teviat. Uno momento. Wo haben wir sie denn? Wo haben wir sie denn? Birdies. Türkisfarbener, Schwarztaube, Rotfink, graue Taube. Glaskrone. Ah,
Every journey
Flachkopf.
has its final day. Don't rush.
Blaukrone. Blaukrone und Flachkopf und der... Kakadu. Beziehungsweise... Ja. Ich glaube, das sind die blauesten der blauen. Ah ne, das ist Türkisfarbe. Rot, schwarz, die brauche ich dann doch nicht. Graue Taube auch nicht. Glaskronentaube. Das sind die 3, die ich brauche. Sehen wir uns die Markierungen mal an. Wo befinden die sich? Ich muss mal gucken, wo ich 3 dieser Objekte direkt in unmittelbarer Nähe habe. Oder am besten auch direkt an gleicher Stelle. Das spart nämlich ein bisschen Zeit. Die haben wir hier. Hä? Was ist das denn? Ach so. Ich dachte gerade schon, das war gerade ein bisschen verwirrend.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots.
Gut,
I
okay.
have a few references.
Die 2 haben wir hier vorne. Das heißt... Wait. Ah. Wir müssen nach Fontaine. Zoomen ein bisschen raus und begeben uns hier hin. Dort sind nämlich 2 oder 3. Könnte mir unter Umständen helfen? Okay, 2 habe ich. Das ist sehr gut. Geht da noch was oder? Nein. Gut. Dann habe ich schon mal die beiden Birdies. Die hier nehme ich auch noch mit. Die sind für Rifle. So. Wo haben wir unsere nächsten blauen Freunde? Ich habe jetzt 2 von den normalen Vögeln und einer von dem anderen. Das heißt... wait. Hier oben? Schwierig, schwierig. Gehen wir mal hier hin. Dann nach links. Gucken wir mal. Wir müssen hier in diese Richtung, richtig? In der Hoffnung, dass die mich auch nicht entdecken. Oh oh. Ah, na toll. Genau das wollte ich versuchen zu vermeiden. So. Hier müssen wir vorbei. Wenn uns die Map zulässt, das zu tun. Oh oh. Was haben wir denn hier? Ah, da waren wir schon.
Gather.
Hatte ich die beiden nicht schon? Doch.
And voila!
Oh, das wird ein Schlaraffenland.
Here comes the finale.
Zack. Zack. Oh, ich bin gefroren. Das ist frech.
A moment, please.
Ich bin doch der freeze. Also bitte.
Have a safe trip.
Zack.
Gather.
So kann man das Ganze natürlich auch angehen. So. Das heißt, wir müssen in diese Richtung. Irgendwo hier soll er sich befinden. Gebt mir eine Sekunde. Direkt an dem Kreis. Hier. Wo ist er denn? Wo ist er denn? Na komm, Piepsi. Wo bist du denn? Ich sehe nur nichts, was hier nach Vogel aussieht. Zählt vielleicht auch die Gans dazu? Ja. Oh, das ist super. Gut, jetzt mal gucken. Wo bist du? Hier sollte normalerweise einer sein, aber... Wie es aussieht, ist das nicht der Fall, aber ich habe was anderes erwischt. Gut. Wir haben aktuell noch 5 Filme. Und dann gucken wir mal an einem Spot, an dem wir wirklich diese großen, hübschen Dinger sehen. Das wäre dann hier vorne auf der Insel. Un momento, por favor. Das wäre dann hier. 2 sitzen genau am Teleporter und einer etwas unterhalb am Strand. Oh. Gucken wir mal.
Violet grass is a plant that enjoys a moist environment and is best picked after it rains.
Perfekt.
If you should choose to pick any, be sure to store
Oh,
them
die zählen
appropriately.
auch dazu. Das hätte ich jetzt nicht gedacht. Das hätte ich jetzt echt nicht gedacht, dass die auch dazu zählen. Das ist überraschend, aber es ist gut. Hab ich dich! Gut, wir haben für heute alle Filme aufgebraucht. Wir begeben uns zu der kleinen, feinen Lady. So. Dann sind wir da für heute auch durch. Kann man doch machen, oder? So, gucken wir mal. Wo bist du denn, Fräulein von und Zoo? Das wären dann, glaube ich, wieder 120 Primos? Also, da ich augenscheinlich genug habe von den Fotos. Ich hoffe, das sind 120. Proben übergeben, bitteschön. Wow, das ist echt cool. So kann man auch Primos farmen. Bin ich sehr zufrieden mit. Leider keine EP, aber das ist nicht so schlimm. So, wir sind aktuell wieder bei 130. Sehr schön. So, und nun? Let's go. Wir haben die Dailies. Wir haben die Eventaufgabe. Gut. Sehr schön. Sehr schön. Und jetzt gucken wir mal. Machen wir bei unserer Main Quest weiter. Verzeihung.
Every journey has its final day.
Das kommt davon, wenn man sich beim Trinken verschluckt. Jesus Christ, ey. Hier, gleich mal hyperventilieren. Holy moly. Das hat mir jetzt in Schrecken versetzt. Und ein kleines Stechen in den Rippen. Oh Gott, das war jetzt gerade unangenehm.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
Sich beim Trinken zu verschlucken ist nicht gerade angenehm. Vor allem, wenn es dann im Rippenbereich anfängt weh zu tun beim Husten.
What will I ever do now?
Jesus, ey, das war ja mal
Over there.
angsteinflößend gerade. Oh Gott. Das hat mir ziemlich an den Rippen zugesetzt. Ah.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right. Just
Alright. Fängt ja schon mal gut an.
I'm not young anymore.
Oh
He
nö.
looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Holy shit, die haben es ja ganz schön erwischt.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Mann, die ganzen armen Leute, ey. Und das hier ist noch unterhalb des Meeresspiegels. Das ist ein hartes Pflaster. Holy shit. So eine Überschwemmung ist nicht gerade ohne. Naja. Sekunde noch. So. Wir müssen hier runter. Dahin. Dann tun wir das doch. Unterwegs noch ein bisschen Loot mitnehmen. Wer weiß, was wir da alles noch brauchen werden. Und was man hat, das hat man, oder nicht? Oh. So kann man es natürlich auch machen.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there.
Oh, Navia! Hallo,
Navia,
Lady!
Are you okay?
Also sie sieht nicht so okay aus. So ein trostloser, was heißt trostloser? Also so ein hoffnungsloser Blick. Unabhängig davon, ich finde den Stil von Navia richtig gut gemacht. Ich mag das Outfit von ihr, ich finde es top.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Ist ein richtig tolles Outfit, was die da anhat.
Demoiselle,
Bin mal
there's a
gespannt,
wounded
was da
resident
jetzt noch
next to a
alles
building
passiert.
southeast of here.
Wir
We've
hatten eine
already
Überschwemmung,
transported
wir
him to
hatten
safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
kurze Erdbebenphase.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then.
Oh ne.
Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Alright.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
Bin mal gespannt, was da jetzt alles passieren
Alright.
wird.
You'll be in charge.
Überschwemmung, Überflutung ist nicht gerade toll. Auch nicht im echten
I'm
Leben.
sorry. Where were we?
Selbst wenn es nur im
The
Spiel ist.
situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the
Ich
unique
wollte
color
gerade
of
sagen, was war
primordial
das denn für ein
seawater.
Audio-Switch von laut zu
Some
leise und
people
jetzt wieder zu
didn't
laut.
realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared.
Wait, das
They were
Urmeer?
all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Ach du Scheiße. Oh ne.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of
Dachte ich mir
Poisson
doch, das
are still
Urmeer.
hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a
We're
moment
here
of crisis
to
like
help.
this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Uh-oh.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
Bin mal gespannt,
And
was
now
da
she
jetzt kommt.
goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Naja, nach einer Überflutung, Überschwemmung, Chaos, Zerstörung. Da ist nichts mit schneller Pause, Paimon.
Okay, The wounded are being tended to, and we finished a
Oder
preliminary
vielleicht doch.
head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh?
Yes.
Right now?
Thank you.
Oh, wir haben ein Achievement gekriegt. Das ist aber ein trauriges Achievement.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that
Und
come
jetzt
across
kommt Songli hier
tend
mit
to
seiner
stay.
Line von wegen
So
Boats
it is
are
where many
made.
things come to settle.
Bei einer Überschwemmung. Wir gucken mal. Was war das jetzt für ein Achievement? Werde Zeuge der... Oh. Ah. Ja gut, das ist nicht so schön. Zeuge von einer Katastrophe werden. Das macht niemand gerne. So, warte mal. Wie kommen wir da am besten wieder hoch? Ah, hier. Zip. 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 Oh, die Brücke hat's richtig mitgenommen. Und die hier auch. Hepp. Hepp. Das ist nicht so toll. Katastrophen sind nie gut. Vincenzo. Ich muss ja dahin. Ich muss ja den Leuten helfen. Warte mal. Mach mal so, dann kommen wir direkt hoch. Dann dauert es nicht so lange. Tada! Okay, ich bin mal gespannt, was da jetzt alles noch passiert. Ich habe auf jeden Fall richtig Lust drauf auf die Story. Das Spiel macht so ungemein Spaß.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Oh. Oh Gott!
Navia, what's wrong?
Jesus, das nimmt einen richtig mit,
Sorry.
Wow!
I just...
Direkt Gänsehaut gekriegt.
Melissa
Holy
and
shit.
Silver, they won't ever come back here again.
Boah, Gott, nimmt mich das gerade
What
mit.
should I
Jesus.
do, Papa?
Holy shit.
Huh?
Wow.
What happened to them?
Das nimmt mich gerade ordentlich mit.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still,
Shit.
I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
Ach, Scheiße.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long.
Holy shit.
And
Wow.
I know they weren't afraid. But
Das ist heftig.
I could at least hold a funeral for my father.
Ich hab gerade
I know where
überall
he rests.
Gänsehaut, ey. Jesus.
But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I
Fuck.
just can't.
Gott.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't
Oh,
expect
Milos.
that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, The scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic.
Boah, wow,
He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those
Jesus.
who have passed, is it not?
Das ist echt eine Hausnummer,
Everyone
ey.
ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
are. No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
Oh nö. Die haben auch Späße darüber gemacht.
I'm
Oh.
quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously.
Wow.
All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I've promised to let them rest in peace here.
Oh nö.
But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Wow.
I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But
Das ist
well,
gerade ein richtiger
she
Gänsehautmoment.
understands
Jesus.
how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Selbstverständlich.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took
Oh
place here.
nö, auch noch.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville.
Oh Gott,
So,
nee, ich muss
Everyone
das
else
skippen,
is
ey.
safe. But still,
It's
Jesus.
okay. I know what you're thinking.
Das ist ein hartes Pflaster.
And the overall outcome indicates that the cost...
right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right.
Oh Gott.
Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing,
Jesus,
actually.
alter Vater, ey.
I'll remember your words.
Oh,
Das zieht mich jetzt richtig mit, ey.
really?
Wow.
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since
Oh
we last
no.
met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Hä?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Alecino hat
As for the
mitgeholfen?
supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know
Was
each
hat
other?
Alecino aber jetzt mit dem Ganzen zu tun?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Aber glaubt nicht ohne Hintergedanken.
There would have been
Ich meine, sie ist
many
immerhin
more
noch ein Fatui,
casualties.
also
I won't forget
hat
your
das schon seine
kindness.
Gründe.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Yep.
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Oh.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Uh-oh.
You and I both know that there may be issues with
Ich
the
dachte mir schon, dass da
primordial
was
sea.
im Hinterhof ist.
Previously, it was the fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely
Nicht
share it
ohne
with
Grund, Alechino.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
you.
Navia
wish to
will uns
join,
begleiten? Oh,
Miss
das ist
Navia?
cool.
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Das ist keine schlechte Idee. Das ist ein guter
Since you put
Gedanke.
it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
Yep.
All right. The
Let's
ruins are to
go
the south of
together.
Castle. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up.
Also finden wir eine neue Ruine. Das ist cool. Und 30 Primers gibt es auch dafür. So, wo befindet die sich? Oh! What? Wirklich? Das ist ja jetzt nicht so weit weg. Ist es das hier? Nee. Irritierenderweise. Bin mal gespannt. Okay, gehen wir da mal hin. Ich frage mich echt, was mich da erwarten wird. Machen wir uns auf in ein Abenteuer. Würde Bilbo Beutlin jetzt sagen. Gut, anderes Genre, aber trotzdem. Ist irgendwie passend. Wie viel Primes haben wir dann jetzt aktuell wieder eigentlich? Gut, 25 fehlen noch. Dann haben wir schon wieder einen Poll. Und wer weiß, mit Glück ziehen wir dann auch endlich Baisu oder Charlotte. Ich meine, Charlotte hätte ich ganz gerne, weil die mir von der Charakteristika her gefällt. Aber Baisu? Ich meine, Baisu ist ein Healer. Also ein Healer ist nie verkehrt. Sehen wir in dem Gebiet... Oh mein Gott, wir sind da. Okay.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
Uh-oh.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Bin ich mal gespannt. Habe ich irgendwas dabei, um mich zu healen, zu boostern, wie auch immer? Ich weiß ja nicht, was auf mich zukommen wird. Okay, wir haben kein Heal dabei. Ein Damage Booster. Okay, wait. Safety first. Bevor wir hier dann rangehen, würde ich mich erstmal kurz hier eindecken. Mit allem, was ich benötige. Wer weiß, was in dem Dungeon drin ist. Und Vorbereitung ist die halbe Miete. Lieber vorsichtig sein, als das Nachsehen haben. Flip. Hast du wieder Free Food für mich? So, by the way. Neues Rezept? Schon wieder? What? Das ist cool. Fontaine nehmen wir auch mal mit. Ich weiß zwar immer noch nicht, was das Ding bringt. Weil es keine Boni irgendwie hat, sei es HP-Booster oder sonstiges. Es ist einfach nur ein Erfrischungsgetränk. Für den Hydroarchon. Und Pummelprofiterole. Oh. Gucken wir mal. Für den Hydroarchon. Wo ist das? Ich will mal gucken. Pummelprofiterole. Okay, das ist ein Damage Boost. Oh. Ein HP-Booster. Alles klar. Okay. Cool. So, jetzt gucken wir mal. Wo habe ich genug Stuff, dass ich sag... Das ist für HP? Oh, das ist gut. Das machen wir auf jeden Fall. Manuelle Zubereitung. Flip. 1. 2. Wow, wir haben ja richtig viele Eier gefahren. 3. 4. 5. 6. 8. 9. Und 10 als extra Bonus. Und wir haben immer noch genügend, das ist super. Und die automatische Rezeptherstellung freigeschaltet. Perfekt. Aktuell 0 vorhanden, kann doch gar nicht sein. Hä? Wait. Wo ist das hin? Ach, das war das. Gut, dann machen wir da nochmal 39 können wir herstellen. Machen wir nochmal 15, dann haben wir 30. Oder mehr? Aktuell vorhanden 0. Hä? Irritierend. Na, gucken wir mal kurz. ...33, alles klar. Gut. Dann haben wir hier noch 5 grüne. Zur Not. Okay, dann sind wir soweit eingedeckt. HP-mäßig bin ich noch nicht voll. Das ändern wir aber fix. Ich bin gespannt, was auf mich zukommt. Ich habe so Lust drauf. Wir decken uns erstmal HP-mäßig noch ein. So. Jetzt bin ich gespannt, was uns erwarten wird. Da gehen wir von hier aus hin. Das dürfte etwas einfacher sein. Mal gucken. Gib mir eine Sekunde, ich muss hier gerade nochmal nebenbei was checken. So. Okay. Gut. Nochmal kurz in den Analytics überprüft, ob alles funktioniert. Bis dato tut es das. Jesus. Heute ist mein Sprachgebrauch echt nicht zu gebrauchen. So. Da vorne müssen wir hin. Geh weg. So. Dann begeben wir uns gleich mal in diesen Dungeon. Kein Wunder, dass ich den auf der Map nicht sehe. Das ist nur so ein Dungeon, der auftaucht und verschwindet, wenn man ihn benutzt hat. Also auftaucht, weil man ihn braucht für eine Quest und verschwindet, wenn man ihn... Oh. Gucken wir mal. Warte, wird da was speziell benötigt? Nein, okay. Dann behalten wir das Team noch so bei, denke ich mir. Flop. Rein da. Bin ich mal gespannt. Ich habe richtig Lust drauf, Und wir werden heute auch definitiv die Story durchziehen. Ich bin gespannt, wie lange es dauert. Ich meine, eine Stunde haben wir bis jetzt schon mal rum. Und das war nur die halbe Miete. Also, ich glaube, da kommt noch ordentlich was dazu. Sieht schon mal ziemlich spooky aus hier. Und ich denke auch, dass wir nicht ohne weiteres hier durchkommen. Flop. Nein. Okay, wir gehen doch baden. Ich wusste es. Jesus. Da habe ich den Sprung versemmelt. Oh. Bevor ihr euch überhaupt bewegen könnt, macht ihr schon mal ein Nickerchen. Zack. Zack. Zack.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Step right up.
Let's begin.
Schöner Hit. Sehr gut. Okay. Weiter geht's. Und wie ich es mir dachte, ist es nicht so ohne. An allen Ecken und... Oh. Ich ahne Schlimmes. Hallo, Zimmerservice. Free Chest, das ist perfekt. Damn. Primus for the run. 5 Stück. Wow. Okay, cool. Gibt's hier was im Wasser? Augenscheinlich nicht. Wir müssen aber darüber. Und diesmal nicht den Sprung verkacken, sonst... Ist das eine Angelstelle? Ah ne, das ist ein Wasserfall. Okay. Oh. Ich ahne Schlimmes.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Och nö, oder?
And a lot of it too.
Riesenmenge.
Would most likely dissolve the moment they...
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater.
Frosch im
It's
Hals.
dangerous and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will run. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now, then.
Natürlich gehen wir das gemeinsam durch. Nur jetzt ist die Frage, wie machen wir
It's a dead end.
das? Ist es nicht, Paimon? Oh, ich wäre da fast reingesprungen. Und das Wasser macht ja kontinuierlich Schaden. Wait. Und ich habe sowieso so das Gefühl, dass gleich der Wasserstand zufälligerweise anfängt zu steigen. Irgendwie. So, by the way. Und dass wir uns ganz schnell rausbegeben müssen, weil sonst kommt das Wasser und wir kriegen Schaden. Sesam, öffne dich. Holy what? Das ist ja eine Riesenbude, Jesus. Wow. Also, das ist mal ein Riesenklunker hier oben. Holy moly. Alright. Was ist jetzt los? Warum habe ich auf einmal so eine andere Zeit? Oh nö, das Zeug ist lose.
Wait, there's something wrong with this.
What the fuck? In der Cutscene. Oh, wie geil ist das denn? Ey, das ist ja richtig cool. Nein! Ach nein! Oh wow! Jetzt hat sie es also auch erwischt. Ah, Jesus, Warum müssen immer die Guten gehen? Das ist ja eine Frechheit. Mihoyo, was soll das? Hm?
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Flashback?
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
Uh-oh.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Das ist so ein Flashback, oder
How
ist
have you
es
been?
eine Art...
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants
wie kann man
finally
das
realized
sagen,
that I
dass
wasn't the
er
one they
halt
were looking for. Why, I wasn't even
so
the guarantor for
Wahnvorstellung
that
hat oder
person.
sowas.
They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right.
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation.
Das sehe ich jetzt erst. Navia ist ein Geo. Oh, die hat eine Geo-Vision.
Did you cultivate them yourself?
Wird die ein
Thank you so
playable
much.
character? Das
I'll
wäre nice.
certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect.
Sehr cool.
In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems... Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, and why are there so few people around here?
Es ist ein
Where did
Flashback.
everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Oh.
My trial? Wait.
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so...
Oh? All right.
Jetzt bin ich gespannt. Ist ein bisschen irritierend gerade gewesen, aber ich meine, es ist ein Flashback.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Nina, Desiree, Joyville, Julien.
Sind das die, die gestorben sind? Oh nö, komm.
Why are so many people here?
Ja, also ein Flashback.
Why do I have no
Also eine
recollection
Art
of this
Flashback.
case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's me?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, sir.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Uh-oh.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Nervalette is?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought...
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Oh, das ist so ein Flashback irgendwie und so eine Art Trugbild. Also,
What are you saying?
das Urmeer, ich glaube, das Urmeer manipuliert irgendwie ihren Gedankenkomplex gedönst, um das so hinzustellen, als wäre es ein Flashback, wobei es das eigentlich nicht ist.
Everything you have said is correct.
Oh, well, if that's what you think, then
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Uh-oh.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now.
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but...
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. Please do not mistake her action.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Have you forgotten how much you all once wronged to become individuals?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Holy
Your justice
shit!
is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Uh-oh.
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed up. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but
Was ich mir gedacht habe.
they're all dead.
Jesus.
Don't be afraid. And don't admit guilt. We will...
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? Don't let them escape!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia
Ist eine Okeanide.
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses.
Uh-oh.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
Sechs
With these people.
Okeaniden. Uh-oh.
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia.
What the hell?
Silence.
Neverlet!
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place.
Neverlet holt sie raus, oder was?
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this show...
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Wow. Okay, das war krass. Das war cool. Cool gemacht, wirklich. Und Neuvillette ist natürlich der die Leute saved. Ich meine, gut, er ist der Hydro Dragon, also... Er hat eine Verantwortung, so ist es nicht.
Wait! Just a second!
Er war noch nicht mal anwesend. Oder wie? Er hat so über Telepathie gesagt.
Good.
Er ist doch da. Oh, geil. Yes. Oh, yes.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like...
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Wow,
Please
das
come
ist
with
cool.
me.
Oh, und dass Neuvillette auf den Plan tritt, ich finde es super.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Oh.
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head...
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
Er ist ja auch in Fontaine. Er ist der Hydro Dragon. Was willst du erwarten, Paimon?
Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran to the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Love ist destruktiv.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Wait. Love is
Guess we should
destructive?
get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Wait a minute.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Uno momento. Wir kriegen gerade anscheinend... Oh nein, ich kann den nicht nehmen, weil wir in der Sphäre sind. Ach, verdammt. Ich dachte, ich kann den Erfolg schon mal mitnehmen, aber dem ist nicht so. Egal, dann weiter im Gespräch. Oh, oh. Okay. Du kriegst erstmal die Packung.
Let's get this show on the road.
Zack.
Stabilize.
Now disappear.
Committed to memory.
Stay cool.
Dann gibt's was auf die 12. Zack. Zack. Und zack. Noch jemand? Nein? Okay. Oh, wieder diese Weitsicht. Ich finde das aber cool, die Perspektive so zu ändern.
Oh no, another unstable
Oh nö, 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 nö. Hä? Oh shit. Nein! Oh wow. 1, 2. Ich darf also nur hier klettern, wo die Bretter sind. Das ist frech. Nein, 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 nein. Nein, nein. Oh Gott. Ah, das wird ein anstrengender Weg. Na toll.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
And voila!
Der Double Punch.
Way now.
Nice. Was jetzt? Wieder eine einstürzende Treppe? Ja, natürlich. Nein! Ach, come on! Es darf doch nicht wahr sein! Warte. Ich habe da jetzt eine Idee. Geht das? Das geht. Okay. Lieber auf Nummer sicher gehen. Ich will da nichts riskieren. Oh, eine Chest. Nächsten 5 Primos. Hat das hier funktioniert? Okay. Sehr cool. Oh, shit. Okay, dafür benutze ich jetzt einen Booster, glaube ich. Ich habe nur einen dabei, das ist dumm.
Now disappear.
This may hurt a little. Committed to...
This is order.
Here comes the finale.
Have a seat.
Let's begin.
Gather.
Step right up.
Oh. Konzentration. Jesus, anstrengend. Boah, das ist ja eine Riesenbude, ey, wirklich. Krasser Scheiß. Gut, also auf die Plattform. Ach, wir sind schon oben. Ist hier noch irgendwas, bevor ich da jetzt hochgehe? Da hinten müssen wir hin. Okay. Let's see. Boah, guckt euch das mal an, das ist schön. Nein. Aber ich könnte es fotografieren von hier aus. Oder? Es gibt zwar keinen Fotomodus, aber... Ich probiere mal was. Wait, ich bin dumm. Ich habe eine Idee. Wo ist er denn? Das ist der. Kann in Sphären nicht benutzen. Oh, ihr seid doch. Das ist frech. Da will man ein schönes Bild von machen und dann geht's einfach nicht. Das ist gemein. Mann! Das ist so ein geiler Spot, allein schon wegen dem Licht hier. Da könnte man so ein schönes Bildgedöns von machen. Ach, ist das gemein! Mann! Frustrierend. Ich hätte gerne ein Foto von der Location gemacht. Das sieht so gut aus da unten.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place.
Man kann wohl nicht
There
alles
should
haben,
not be
wa?
any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone,
Oh, und auch sowas hier, diese Wandmalereien.
They were put here as an offering.
Ah.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for...
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate...
And the surrounding walls also.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here.
Boah, ich finde das so stark gemacht. Und sowas würde ich gerne fotografieren und dann hochladen zum Beispiel. Für sowas wäre der Fotomodus ideal.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right?
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Oh.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Oh.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if
Celestia?
not, why would she be in such a posture?
Weil mir ist nur
I'm
eine
still
schwebende
wondering
Insel
why these
bekannt.
ancient stone
Also,
slates are here at all. Judging from their contents,
wenn man mal
could
rein
this
sporadisch
place
drauf
be
geht,
the
ist es
origin of the
Celestia.
prophecy?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we'd better get somewhere safe for now.
Ich hätte gern ein Bild gemacht von dieser Säule. Beziehungsweise diesem Turmkonstrukt. Darf ich jetzt? Nein. Mann! Kamera kann nicht verwendet werden. Das ist so eine Frechheit. Ach. Das ist gemein. Naja. Mal gucken.
let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I'll be on my way then.
Ach, schade. Ich hätte gern diesen riesigen Turm fotografiert. Ich finde es blöd, dass man in Sphären den Fotomodus nicht benutzen kann. Weil es gibt so viele schöne Dinge, wie zum Beispiel jetzt diese Wandmalereien oder der riesige Turm. Das ist ein so cooler Fotospot. Oh, yummy.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice.
Wait,
Is that
Mona?
who I think it is?
Huh?
Mona? Mona in Fontaine?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
No way. Was macht Mona hier? Also damit habe ich jetzt nicht gerechnet, dass Mona involviert ist in die Storyline. Das ist cool.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Damit hätte ich jetzt nicht gerechnet, dass Mona involviert ist.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city.
Bisher waren es ja nur 2 Stück von außerhalb, die in Fontaine involviert waren, glaube
I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Einmal war es doch,
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well,
ah nee,
some
stopp.
other thing.
In
Either
Inazuma
way,
war
the
es,
old hag told me when she took
Dingens
me
hier,
as her
glaube ich.
disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil
Yoimiya
was to change that name.
bei dem Event.
There was nothing for it, really.
Und
She
jetzt
really is amazing at astrology, so I changed
Mona in Fontaine. Cool.
Is it?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait,
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Mona.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can
Dreimal
look into it
gefressige
further
Palmen,
should
das
you
nehme ich.
Terrible! But anyway, you're
Es
not
hat mich
Fontaine,
dazu
are you,
getriggert,
Mona?
tut mir
You're
leid,
from
Paiman.
Mondstadt, right?
Du
Well,
bist
I was
aber auch
born in
verfressen.
Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Alright.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the... that's more like...
Ach, was gut. Typisch Paimon.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Alright, jetzt aber mal zuerst hier. Navia überlebt das Wasser des Urmeers. Oh, das ist cool. Dann haben wir Gelegenheit für den nächsten Pull, auch wenn ich wahrscheinlich, wow, nix kriege. Außer einen doofen Bogen.
Manthis wine tastes the same as I remember. But where?
Gut, gehen wir mal dahin. Palais Memonia. Zip, zip, zip. Boah, ich hätte aber so gern diese Stelle fotografiert mit den Wandmalereien und dem Turm. Allein von der Perspektive aus. Das war super. Das hat richtig Spaß gemacht. Und es hat mir echt gut gefallen. Aber um nochmal drauf zurückzukommen. Ich finde es ziemlich schade, Mihoyo, dass man in Dungeons, die wirklich einen schönen Spot haben oder eine Stelle, wo es richtig toll aussieht, wie zum Beispiel sowas, dass jetzt halt so eine Riesenuhr oder so ein Kunstwerk an der Wand wäre, beispielsweise, dass man nicht den hier machen kann. Oder hier Was natürlich besser wäre, den hier, denn dann kann man nämlich hingehen, das hier machen und zack. Dann kann man nämlich schön ein bisschen ranzoomen. Kann die Kameraperspektive noch ein bisschen ändern. Ein bisschen runtergehen oder hoch. Mit dem Boden, das ist auch nice. So, ne? Kann man zum Beispiel hier die Perspektive ein bisschen ändern. Allein für solche Bilder. Ist das schon nicht verkehrt. Und wenn wir schon mal gerade dabei sind, mir gefällt die Pose auch. Ich gehe aber ein bisschen rüber. So, und zack. Nehmen wir das einfach mal mit. Bom. So, ne? Dass man in Sphären oder Dungeons den Fotomodus nicht benutzen kann, finde ich ehrlich gesagt schade. Das würde ich gern machen. Das könnte man gerne umändern.
Monsieur Valette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Uh-oh.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Jetzt geht's rund.
You mean they're all...
Yep.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Come on, Villette.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
Sie weiß Bescheid.
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Jetzt wird's lustig.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Ich hab doch gewusst, Farina ist irgendwie komisch.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you?
Die war am Anfang
I
schon
didn't think you were that
so
type.
irgendwie suspicious. Also, ich konnte mich, wie gesagt, am Anfang zu Release von Fontaine nicht mit ihr anfreunden.
then you should
Weiß
know
nicht.
I'm actually
Ihre
working to take care
Charakteristika
of it.
gefällt mir halt nicht so.
There's
Und
no point questioning or
jetzt wissen wir, dass sie
suspecting me.
irgendwas
You're the
zu
eunuch, but
verbergen
you're
hat.
still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Du hast Dreck am Stecken, Furina.
The opera is about to start. Toodles!
Wart du nur. Du hast Dreck am Stecken, Furina, und wir werden das schön alles Stück für Stück rausholen.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door?
Wait, die
Wonder what's
Slow-Mo-Szene war grad krass.
She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Natürlich ist sie
I
absichtlich
assume you've
etwas am
been outside
Verbergen.
for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
Natürlich hat sie es
She was in a
bemerkt.
great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Weil sie Dreck am Stecken hat.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Yes. Facts.
Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Oh.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Alright.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
Let's do
But
it.
who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Ich glaube, ich weiß, wen ich fragen kann. Fragt er jetzt alle Chino? Weil die doch gemeint hat, ja, Zusammenarbeit, blablablub. Und das ist das Einzige, was mir jetzt gerade in den Kopf schießt. Weil Alecino hat Möglichkeiten, die kein anderer hat. Und sie hat ja Furina schon mal aufgelauert, ganz am Anfang. Bin ich mal gespannt. Bisher macht die Story einen richtig guten Eindruck.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's
Okay,
presently
Lynette,
devoid of people.
Linné
That naturally makes it
und
the best
Feminine.
choice.
And here
Or
you are
feminine.
drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Allesamt!
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Doch nicht.
Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Feminine, Linné, Lynette, Navia.
No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear
Liebe,
that
let's.
I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Und
Well then,
Komm,
I guess we're
wenn die
lucky we've got a
wenn die
local
drei
like
schon
me to
dabei
organize
sind,
things. Wonderful, the
Navia
spotlight
und
at
Nivelet,
last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
dann müsste doch eigentlich Alecino
That
auch
was a
dabei
little
sein.
long-winded,
Oh,
don't you
Chlorinde ist
think?
auch da. What?
you might be right.
Okay.
Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Ah,
Well,
Linne freut
it's
sich
just an
natürlich
expression,
darüber.
really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come
Chlorand
now.
ist ein Elektro.
Your
Ich
work
frag
doesn't
mich, ob
involve
die
much
auch kommen
public
wird.
speaking, right?
Die ist bestimmt richtig
This
wild.
is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Aha. Komm, Alucine wird aber auch noch am Stissel sein, oder?
In that
Ich mein,
case,
wenn die anderen drei da
do
sind.
any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before.
Natürlich.
Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve but I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of... If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh.
Yes.
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh,
all right.
So that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
It does. Bin ich mal gespannt, was da jetzt kommt. Ich habe richtig Bock drauf. Die Bühne des Schicksals. Oh. Noch ein Achievement? Das ist cool. Boah, es gibt so viele Hidden Achievements. Wo sind wir hier eigentlich? Oh. Ich weiß, wo wir sind. Ah. Okay. Wir müssen hier unten hin. Alles klar. Gut, gucken wir mal. Flup. Nehmen wir noch ein bisschen was zur Spachtel mit. Gemüse und Obst ist wichtig. Weiß man ja bekanntlich. Flup. So, mal gucken, was passiert.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But after all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Then what's that?
Uh-oh.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened.
Oh,
I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Nee, wait.
Who's that voice?
Ist nicht Alecino, ist jemand anders. Wer ist das?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple.
Wait, what?
The prophecy.
Wer ist das?
Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can every... so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Wer ist sie? Das ist doch nicht nur eine Tasse.
What is she talking
Oder?
about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Wait a minute.
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Wait. Wer ist sie? What the fuck? War die unsichtbar?
Alright, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some
Wer
lively
zum
banter.
Teufel war das gerade? Mona war es bestimmt nicht.
Just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes. It was
Eine Reporterin
Charlotte.
mit pinken
You
Haaren.
remember her, right?
Charlotte.
That daredevil. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Alright.
Huh?
Bin mal gespannt.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa.
Wait, what?
The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Ich finde das so cool, wenn die im Englischen deutsche Worte benutzen. Das ist super.
If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be
Im
of great
Englischen würde das
importance.
wahrscheinlich eigentlich heißen Witch Circle. Weil Zirkel ist im Englischen Circle und Hexe heißt Witch. Also, aber Hexenzirkel mit einem englischen Dialekt oder Akzent? Warum nicht?
Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Bin mal gespannt, was da jetzt noch kommt. Bisher war es wirklich ganz interessant.
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Yes.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
Ist das nicht jeder?
I feel that same sense of desperation too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh.
Klingt einleuchtend.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Alright.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Aha.
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Okay, das heißt, wir müssen wieder nach oben. Da müssen wir hin. Dann gehen wir hier hin. Bin mal gespannt. Bisher gestaltet sich das alles ziemlich interesting. Also, warum nicht, ne? So, hier sind wir nun. Es ist High Noon. Bin mal gespannt, was da jetzt noch kommt. Wir sind ja... Wo sind wir eigentlich? Wir sind schon Kapitel 4? Akt 5? Also wir sind schon Akt 5? Okay. Unerwartet. Aber gut.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper.
Charlotte.
Let Paimon see.
Oder?
The
Ich meine,
underwater
Zeitung,
stronghold, the fortress
Report,
of Mercury,
Bericht.
has continued in its noble
Ich denke, es
autonomy,
ist Charlotte.
but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh.
Ah.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. We're easier to find. She's using us as the subject matter and... Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Alright. Dann geht's wieder hoch. Bin ich mal gespannt.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Paimon is not emergency food. Kampftalent. Oh, Cutscene. Cool.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Paimon denkt immer nur ans Essen,
Delicious the
typisch.
last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
One slice of cake, please.
Uh-oh.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Yep.
Oh, are you here to buy cake
So
too?
Dean.
It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come
Kuchen
here
und
often?
Kaffee geht immer. Kann man nichts falsch machen. Schmeckt
Usually
gut.
every day.
Ist top.
Every day?
Yes.
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but... Maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
Ach,
You
come
know, like
on.
in the prophecy.
Nicht die Hoffnung verlieren,
the
Paimon.
prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Recht hat sie.
Huh.
Was du heute kannst
Don't be
besorgen, das
sad.
verschieben nicht auf
Excuse me,
morgen.
could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
Oh, süß.
And there she goes.
Oh, ich finde die Flügel goldig, die sie am Rücken haben.
Alright, let's dig in.
Das ist so putzig.
I'm unsure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
So, und nun verlasst das Hotel Depot. Okay. Machen wir doch. Dibidibidu. Bin mal gespannt, was jetzt noch kommt. Ich meine, ich sag das 10.000 Mal, dass ich gespannt bin, was noch kommt, aber ich bin auch gespannt. Ich meine, es ist interessant gestaltet. Es ist eine tolle Storyline. Gut, im Moment in dieser Story war es eher bisher ein bisschen mehr Sadness wie Happiness, aber... Ja gut. Dampfvogel. Okay. Tschakka. Flip. Was? Oh, da ist Charlotte.
Wow! It's
Charlotte!
the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Yes.
Ha! You got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Yep.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive
Also
it,
Brief
though.
haben wir nicht gekriegt.
It's all right, though. I've set
irgendwie.
aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Yes.
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine.
Yep.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Nope.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Ah, typisch Charlotte. Natürlich.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so
Maybe.
that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so
All
much
right.
to get done now. Talk to you later.
Later, Charlotte.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Oh, Paimon will jetzt von jedem wissen, was die heute machen
prophecy
will.
you're talking about, isn't it?
Interesting.
I mean, I do
Ist
hear
aber
about it
nicht
often,
schlecht.
but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they
Aber
do
Charlotte
should
haben
the
wir ja
worst
auch
come
schon
to
mal
pass.
in
In
Liebe,
truth, it might be
getroffen,
better just to
oder?
behave like normal rather than
Ich glaube,
worry
mich
over
vage
such
zu
an end.
erinnern.
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at
Weil
the
sie
office
ist ja
for
eine
that interview of
Reporterin.
ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story,
Die hat
send
klare
it for printing,
Vorstellung.
and use
Finde ich
messenger
gut.
pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer,
Also-
nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind.
Wenn es
I guess
mein
you could say
letzter
that
Tag
I
auf
was
der
born to
Erde
be a
wäre,
journalist.
beziehungsweise weil die Erde morgen, keine Ahnung, zerstört worden wäre oder zerstört werden zerstört werden würde. Was will ich machen? Wenn morgen der letzte Tag wäre, an dem der Planet existiert, die Menschen, was will ich machen? Ich werde... Ich weiß nicht. Wenn es eine Art Zeitmaschine gäbe, von der man nichts wusste, beziehungsweise eine Zeitmaschine geben würde, ich würde versuchen, nochmal an alle Zeitpunkte in meinem ganzen Leben zu reisen. Mit Familie, Freunden, zu den Zeitpunkten, an denen die Familienmitglieder noch am Leben wären. Und wird nochmal aus Entfernung heraus die ganzen Momente miterleben. Also ich würde nicht selbst dabei sein, weil das wäre ja hier so ein Zeitkontinuum-Dingens irgendwie. Beziehungsweise Zeitparadoxon, weil wenn man mich zweimal sehen würde, wäre das ein bisschen komisch. Also würde ich das aus sicherer Entfernung verdeckt beobachten, so die Momente, die passiert sind, die schönen Erinnerungen, alles drum und dran. Dem Ganzen nochmal beiwohnen, um es nochmal so im Gedächtnis aufgefrischt zu haben. Und ich würde dann jede Sekunde nochmal davon genießen, jeden Moment. Und wenn der Tag zu Ende wäre, würde ich mich dann mit einem Lächeln, keine Ahnung, auf eine Bank sitzen, irgendwo in der Natur draußen. In den Horizont gucken. Die Ruhe genießen. Nochmal die ganzen Momente aufrufen, die ich nochmal erleben dürfte. Nachdem ich zurückgereist bin, ohne einzugreifen oder ohne was zu verändern. Und wenn der Tag dann zu Ende wäre, also komplett zu Ende wäre, würde ich die Augen schließen, einschlafen und wenn es vorbei ist, ist es vorbei. Aber das würde ich machen wollen. Ich würde jeden Moment nochmal erleben wollen, den ich erlebt habe, ohne halt einzugreifen. Natürlich aus Entfernung, ohne dass jemand bemerkt, dass ich da bin. Und würde es einfach nochmal genießen wollen. Das würde ich machen.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparation.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would... We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. You mean, still traveling? Huh.
Ganz genau, das würde ich auch machen wollen.
Isn't that what we've always been doing?
Was ich eben schon erwähnt habe. Ganz genau das würde ich auch machen wollen. Jeden Moment nochmal durchleben. Abends dann mit einem Lächeln auf einer Bank sitzen. Mit den ganzen aufgefrischten Erinnerungen. In den Horizont gucken. Dem Sonnenuntergang zusehen. Die Augen schließen, einschlafen und dann, wenn alles vorbei ist, ist alles vorbei. Aber das würde ich nochmal machen wollen. Alles nochmal erleben, was ich in meinem ganzen Leben bisher erlebt habe. Das Gute, das Schlechte, alles was dazugehört. Das will ich definitiv machen. Das will ich sogar unterschreiben. Mit Brief und Siegel und Blut. Ich würde es definitiv so machen.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
Isadora?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
Yep.
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks.
Is that so?
Alright.
Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Nicht
When
unbedingt.
Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh.
Maybe.
Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Okay, let's go. So. Auf nach Poisson. Bin ich mal gespannt. Ich denke, wir neigen uns auch langsam endlich dem Ende zu.
Guess all the
Glaube
survivors
ich.
must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of death at station. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her
maybe.
as soon as possible.
Da ist sie doch, oder? Ja, da ist sie, da ist sie. Ich wusste es. There is Farina! Found her. Uh-oh.
That's Farina, right over there.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
Jesus, Ash.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble think they even dare to tout their Archon? I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Sauce Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Uh-oh.
Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans. That's against the rules.
Uh-oh.
Farina just ran off.
Das war ja klar.
Catch up with her.
Typisch. Und die anderen im Schlepptau? Natürlich. War ja klar. Ich finde das so gut.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon.
What? Oh.
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Uh-oh. Ist das die Trap? Das ist doch die Trap, oder? Die geplant haben. Bin mal gespannt. Na komm. I know it.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What?
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it a...
Yeah. A quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah. But the people of Poisson, they've all...
Oh.
It's true.
Na also.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, we cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. And give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed.
Wow.
I've thought about
Richtiger
giving up
Gänsehautmoment.
so many times. Especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? But just now, it all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my don't take any of what I just said seriously. How can I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my a witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars yet. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage...
Oh je. Was kommt jetzt? Uh-oh. Oh, Scheiße. What the fuck? What? LOL. Das war der Käfig, den die
Ladies
geplant
and
haben.
gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Uh-oh.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Uh-oh.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Ooh.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
Na, einfach
What's
ergeben?
going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Uh-oh.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again!
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I
Uh-oh.
applaud and rejoice. one of the most outrageous and fantastical. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine.
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Uh-oh.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning, they changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. Waiting, the people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, so we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epic, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Araneas. Was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial
Yes, that is correct.
Oh.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Yep.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto this...
Oh?
Is that so? Then I suppose I must... It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to...
Oh, yeah.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, It should speed up the proceeding.
Oh.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey! Oh, let Paimon see! Wait. Then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument! Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Yep.
You defeat... I didn't think this is the words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Alright. Wir müssen also wieder Rätsel raten.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Uh-oh.
Oh, come on.
Na, klasse.
On, nervy lads. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric,
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
Yep.
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender.
Uh-oh.
If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Bist du
And
nicht.
if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Okay.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't...
Was könnte dann richtig sein? Auch nicht richtig, oder?
First of all, you may be a member.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Gib mir einen Moment. Let's see.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was no—
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not—
Hoppala.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
So, jetzt dürfte es einfacher werden. Die Hexe, glaube ich. Oder nee, Tatakleos Verurteilung. Oder? Na, ich denke Tatakleos Verurteilung.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us? It's when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof. Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Facts.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created.
Mm-hmm.
You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Ooh.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Wow.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Ooh.
Seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Ja, warum wohl?
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
Die Hexe N.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can
Das
you
ist jetzt
find
das, was mir
anyone
noch
who can back up their
einfällt.
claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Es muss der Hydro Archon sein. Oder?
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
Stimmt. Ach, ich bin blöd. Ah, ich dachte die Hexe N, aber das ist es nicht. Also bleibt nur noch der Sturz ins Meer und der Ausbruch. Oder das Mädchen. Wir nehmen das. Komm schon.
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
All right.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives.
Yep.
Including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
Nicht schlecht.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Sie macht's tatsächlich. Oh wait, da oben. Lol.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Uh-oh.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you're present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewien?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me... That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, however, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual... We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Ah ja. Strange.
Listen to me. Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Dun dun dun.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Uh-oh.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Oh. Jetzt wird's also amtlich. Alright.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Okay.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Na also. Ich habe doch die ganze Zeit gewusst, dass irgendwas faul mit ihr ist.
We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Ich wusste doch, dass da was faul ist.
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Farina is...
What?
What's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
No, the oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via
what?
The death sentence.
Was?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to...
Farina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the
Wait,
truth.
what?
How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah!
Okay, das ist krass.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Wow. Okay, das habe ich jetzt nicht erwartet. Todesstrafe? Jesus.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Hartes
Is
Pflaster.
the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed...
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Uh-oh. Entschuldigt bitte, dass ich jetzt gerade nebenbei so ruhig bin, aber das ist gerade richtig interessant. Also wollte ich da nicht viel dazwischen reden und das einfach Revue passieren lassen. Bisher war das Ganze jetzt ganz schön durchgewürfelt interessant, aber auch strange. Ich weiß nicht.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Oh.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, so when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can... However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Maybe we'll do our best to help you remember.
Okay, jetzt bin ich gespannt. Ich muss was lösen. Ah, das wird lustig. Okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Mal überlegen.
Does that mean that the second stone slate, this must be the point where the third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
Alright.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
Okay. Das hier dürfte Child sein. Glaube ich.
That doesn't sound quite...
Nein? Ah nee, stopp, da.
We know from the... And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Alright, dann haben wir schon mal das. Gut, bei der zweiten. Wer könnte es sein? Ich glaube, Forena.
Perhaps perhaps what is about the true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original...
So, das dritte. Dürfte... Ich glaube, das ist... Das ist eine Villette. Nee, stopp. Nicht eine Villette. Stopp, 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 stopp. Das ist... Navia.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell, the stone slates show the people gathered around...
Und das letzte ist... Warte, was war es nochmal? Das ist eine Villette.
The prophecy from the
Boom.
stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Yep. Whew, Jesus.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Alright. Boom. Soll ich jetzt verlassen? Ja. Jesus.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly...
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous... The evidence for that can be found in... Oh, and according to Navia...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged that...
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Oh, wow.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea?
Yep.
So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on... Did Paimon get all that right?
Yep.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Alright. Jesus.
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were... In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a sim. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Wow.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
Jesus.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human...
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only...
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slate. A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Tri. You may also recall Navia's experience. Therefore, that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
Wow.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the 4th slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the 4th slate, you probably... However, I believe that rather than being assured as for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it.
Uh-oh. Der endgültige Beweis.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
All right. What shall we do next?
It was both dream and reality.
Das war's
If we're
schon?
talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial.
Oh. Wow. Oh, shit. Let's begin. Oh no. Up top. Oh no. Ooh, Charlie! Jesus! Oh, das ist geil. Oh no.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Yes.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Oh,
it has been
shit.
greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore,
Jesus.
when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Jesus.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Indeed. That's not how I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Maybe.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Oh no.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Monica? Holy shit. What the fuck? Was passiert da gerade? Leute? Was zum Henker? What the fuck? What?
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question...
Wait,
I
what?
am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving.
So, kleinen Moment mal. Ich bin mal eben noch mal ganz kurz AFK und dann geht's direkt weiter. So, da bin ich wieder. Und weiter
The
geht's.
heavenly principles.
Boah, bisher war die Storyline richtig krass. Wow. Und Furina hat jetzt auch eine andere Stimme und ein anderes Outfit. Ich finde das mega.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy.
Aber sie ist immer noch
Dreadful,
Furina, oder
isn't
nicht?
it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass.
Aha.
And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
Jesus, Alter.
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the
Furina hat jetzt ein
inheritance
ganz
one
anderes
dreams of.
Erscheinungsbild.
Between the task of saving the nation,
Aber irgendwie
the
kann ich mich
quotidian
trotzdem noch
duties
nicht
of
mit
the
ihr
Hydro
anfreunden.
Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Wow.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Heftig.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Jesus, ey.
After becoming a
Erlin,
god,
willkommen im
I
Stream.
separated my divinity from my body and spirit,
Furina
leaving
ist
behind only
eine
a self that was
krasse
as
Nummer.
naive and
Vor allem hat sie
bewildered
zwei
as my past
Persönlichkeiten. Sie
self
ist
on her first
Folklore
day
und
as a human
Furina.
being.
Jesus. Krasser Flex.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina.
What?
She could
Jesus.
feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess. as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Lol.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being.
Der Hydro Dragon und der Hydro Archon. Das ist ein krasses
I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Yep.
It's been 500 years.
500 Jahre. Alter Vater.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Wow. Das war eine heftige Story-Quest bisher. Jesus. Holy shit. Das war heftig. Wait, what? Sind wir jetzt irgendwie in Farinas Gedanken, irgendwie sowas? Parallelwelt? Huh? Wow. Nein, verlassen will ich sie nicht. Okay, wie kommen wir da hoch? Ah, hier. Oder? Ja. Werfe ich einen Schatten? Ich werfe tatsächlich einen Schatten. Aber wie cool ist das denn? Ey, so ein Schattenbild von Zhongli, das ist wild. Warte, warte. Das ist cool. Boah, schöne Storyline bisher.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but all right, it is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me.
Oh, das oben drüber ist das, was er eigentlich sagen will. Oder wie? Okay.
Dear audience, the performance is
Oh, nö.
experiencing
Na komm.
a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
I will have order.
Everyone hold hands.
Okay, dann machen wir das eben
now.
auf die Tour.
Sharing my knowledge. This might hurt a little.
Stabilize. This could get a little.
Tschakka. Nummer 2.
What gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Voila!
Gather.
I see everything. This might hurt a little.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
A moment, please.
Schöner 30er auf den Nacken. Last but not least. Ta-da! Oh. Oh, das sieht cool aus. Hä? Oh. Oh, wird das jetzt so ein Schwarz-Weiß? So eine Schwarz-Weiß-Szenerie? Szenerie. Oh, ich bin Furina selber. Oh, das ist cool. Oh, ist das cool.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Heftige Storyline.
You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Heftige Storyline,
Near
ehrlich.
me. What
Jesus.
do you wish to say?
Gib mir einen Moment. Un momento, por favor. Un momento, por favor. Muss ganz kurz was schnell notieren. Dann geht's weiter. Skadoosh. Badoof. Ouch. Wait a minute. So. Ganz kurz, Ladies and Gentlemen.
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
Yes. Also wir. Ob Furina davon gehört hat, weiß ich nicht. So. Gut, das funktioniert. Ich musste noch mal kurz was überprüfen. Tut mir leid. Zack.
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Yep.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much, and as for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right.
Oh, das ist Vergangenheit,
you
oder
must
wie?
begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as being a human yourself. I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent
trial. Huh.
Wow. Das war alles geplant. Das ist krass. Aber die Story ist richtig mitreißend, ehrlich. Also langsam, ich weiß nicht, irgendwie hege ich doch Sympathie für Furina. So langsam, weil sie kann ja eigentlich nichts für all das. Sie wurde ja lediglich von ihr dafür kreiert. Oh, Jesus, ey, Gänsehautmoment pur.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydra. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt.
All right.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now,
daher kommt ihre Charakteristika, also dieses
ownership of this
Auftreten.
opera house. Would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then,
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity.
Wow, so hat sie die also alle rumgekriegt. Okay. Daher rührt auch ihre Charakteristika, beziehungsweise ihre Art und Weise.
Turn them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause.
Wow.
May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul.
Hoffentlich hat das
So long
gereicht.
as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Damn! Holy shit! Furina ist ein Biest. Krasse Hausnummer, ey. Damit hätte ich jetzt nicht gerechnet. Ehrlich gesagt. Akt 3. Es gibt noch ein paar mehr. Wow. Okay. Cool. Dann hatten wir für insgesamt jetzt 5 Stunden Unterhaltung. Also, wenn wir mal überlegen, dass die Archon Quest eigentlich zu Ende ist. So gesehen. Aber wir halt quasi so eine Rückblende haben, warum, wieso, weshalb und wie es dazu kam. 4 Stunden? Finde ich angemessen. Gut, ich sag mal so, wenn man die ganzen Dialoge überskippt und überspringt, also die ganzen Voicelines, blablablub, dann wird es wahrscheinlich nur 3 Stunden dauern, aber ich habe ja letztens erst erwähnt, dass ich in den Quests, in den Voicelines oder Dialoge vorkommen, dass ich die Dialoge nicht skippen möchte, da die Voicelines ja nicht umsonst gesprochen sind. Dass ich das nur mache, wenn wir Quests haben oder Storylines, Weltquests in dem Sinn, in denen keine Voiceline vorkommt.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Dann noch hier und dann wahrscheinlich die rechte Seite.
Lady Farina.
Bin mal gespannt.
I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm.
Daher rührt ihr Charakter. Die hat ihn angepasst und immer wieder verbessert, damit für die Bewohner glaubwürdiger ist. Nicht schlecht.
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Wow. Zip, 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 zip. Ta-da!
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
Not yet.
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
All right.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
Ja, aber das Ganze dann für 500 Jahre. Holy moly. Ich meine, wenn man mal überlegt, 500 Jahre lang die Nummer abzuziehen, durchzuziehen. Ich meine, gut, irgendwann wird es wahrscheinlich zur Gewohnheit, weil man sich damit eingelebt hat, etc. Aber alter, Junge. Wenn man sich das mal überlegt.
Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Und jetzt kommen wir zu Akt 4.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases as well.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's No need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so...
Indeed, my
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything...
Alright.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted.
Wiederholung über Wiederholung. Akt 5. Vermutlich der letzte Akt, denke ich mal. Ah, kleine Timeskips. Okay. Und jetzt? The End. Was? 182.375. Akt. Jesus.
Like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
What?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Ah, manchmal gab es also Momente, an denen sie fast zerbrach. Ah.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit?
Oh, wie ich es gerade erwähnt habe, sie war wahrscheinlich kurz davor, mal aufzugehen.
I reached it long ago. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act.
Wow. 376. Alright.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Oh, Eva! Lol. Ich habe nur auf den Text geachtet, nicht auf die Überschrift drüber. Mhm. Alright.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Das haben wir schon mal gehört.
If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I?
Oh, sie hat darüber nachgedacht?
things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price.
Werden sie nicht?
Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if... Oh, Farina, you've worked so hard for so... Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. Long and hard.
Do it. Farina, do it. Komm schon. Komm schon, Farina.
I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Mensch, Farina.
Fine.
Dann eben nicht. Schade. Ich dachte wirklich, die wird sich jetzt mal öffnen. Dem ist wohl nicht so.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth, is it not?
Yep.
How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine. Yeah.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Bitte was?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean,
was?
did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered?
No way. Warte, will die sich jetzt opfern?
My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Was? Wait, what? Also heißt das Neuvillette ist der Hydro Dragon und der eigentliche Hydro-Archon.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
No way.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
No. No way.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
Yep.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
So, da bin ich wieder. Musste noch ganz kurz was erledigen. Und weiter geht's.
The highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign,
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
Yes.
At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Wow. Cutscene?
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Jesus. Oh, God. Wow. Das hat mich richtig getroffen gerade. Und Nervalette, er ist richtig durch den Wind. Unglaublich. Wow.
I, Eudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Wow. Fantastische Cutscene. Holy shit.
What they say is...
Das war meine Cutscene. Wow. Boah, ich hab Gänsehaut überall, ey. Jesus. Good God.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
But... didn't you say just a moment ago that...
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Come with me, traveler. The hour of
Alright. Das heißt wohl, wir werden jetzt das Riesenvieh bekämpfen. Nochmal einen kurzen Energieschluck, wenn ich das so richtig verstanden habe. Jetzt wird eine Hinrichtung vollzogen. Jesus. Das Ding ist massive. Uh-oh. Das wird jetzt gleich lustig. Haben wir nicht schon mal gegen ihn gekämpft? Oh oh.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. But considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Damn. Okay, das wird nicht so einfach, wie ich dachte.
Gather.
Zumindest, weil ich nicht weiß, was ich tun soll.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Stabilize.
Now discipline.
Let's begin.
Oh! Wild! Okay.
This is order. Gather.
Grow, grow, grow.
The all-devouring
Ta-da!
narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. A chance will present itself.
Uh-oh. Okay. What? Okay, scripted. Das wird wohl so verlangt.
Why is there a hole thingy over there? It looks really scary.
Oh, die Kampfmelodie ist wild.
Gather.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Versuch ich doch. Oh, die Kampfmelodie ist geil.
Stabilize.
Step right up.
A moment, please.
41.000, holy moly.
And voila! Here comes the finale.
Gather.
Committed to memory. Yeah, sharing my knowledge.
Stay cool. Face your guilt. Why now?
Doom. Haben wir es geschafft? Das wäre es natürlich jetzt. Uh-oh. What? Wer ist sie? What the fuck? Wer ist sie?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but it was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Das mein Schüler und das Haustier meines Meisters? Ihr Schüler? Child?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen
What?
at some point.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Skirk?
Just gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, man, so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is, all in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an... So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, his name is Sertologi.
Sertologi? Celestial?
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with...
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I
Alter des
describe
Bösen.
him?
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the visionary?
Verdrefolnir? Oder
Vedderfolnir
die
then?
goldene
Or Gold Rheindotter?
Rheindotter? Rheindotter? Das ist doch... Wait. Irgendwie gibt's mir gerade so Vibes für Asgard und so, weil Rheindotter ist... Das klingt nach Wikingersprache. Oder Verdrefolnir? Verdrefolnir, ja. Klingt nach Wikinger, aber... Hä?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rheindotter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Was? Das ist Albedos Mutter. No. Oh mein Gott, ich hab das ganz vergessen. Stimmt ja. Oh.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rheindotter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has... In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Was?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
No. No way. For real?
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Come on. Das ist jetzt nicht wahr, oder? No! No.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Nee, komm. Come on.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Jesus!
Look! The water's receding!
Zerstört? Ja, nein, vielleicht. Ah, es geht zurück. Okay. Gott sei Dank.
It's a miracle! We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Wow! Screenshots! Nein! Stopp! Wrong! Komm da! Das war der Kopfstopp.
Are you alright?
We're safe.
Komm, was Screenshots? Komm schon!
What was wrong?
Komm schon. Ich will noch ein paar Szenen. Ich will noch ein paar schöne Screenshots machen. Oder auch nicht. Naja, einen habe ich hingekriegt. Immerhin. Boah, was eine krasse Cutscene, ey. Ich habe echt gedacht, mit Fontaine ist zu Ende. Unglaublich. Unfucking believable. Jesus. Wow.
The soil renewed. The Sphina Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Sphina Rasula. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
Wow.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty
Unglaublich.
enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to compete. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
5 Stunden hat's gedauert. Für die Quest. Beziehungsweise für die Storyline. Und es war fantastisch bisher. Unglaublich.
Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress.
Wow! Letzter Akt. Dann haben wir offiziell die Archon-Quest vom neuen Bereich von Fontaine abgeschlossen. Unglaublich. Fantastisch bisher, ohne Scheiß. Wirklich fantastisch. Unglaublich. Wow. Das war eine richtig tolle Reise bisher. Fontaine hat's echt rausgehauen. Allein diese Cinematic Cutscene, die wir eben hatten. Unglaublich. Unglaublich. Wow! Wirklich fantastisch. Na, wen haben wir denn da?
Oh, it's you. What?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Hmm? Oh, the Fatui are here too. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are
Corinth.
things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Corinth?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss...
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you... Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
Oh, ein Abschiedsfoto, das ist super. Ich find's schön.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Wow.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. And also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections.
Wow, you really do.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're well informed.
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did... I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no...
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
Fort Maripede. Alright, alright. Last act. Let's go. Der vorerst letzte Akt. Denn ich glaube, in Fontaine wird noch einiges kommen. Wie gesagt, der Brunnen geht noch Max. Und ich denke, die Statue auch noch nicht. Also heißt das, da kommt noch einiges auf uns zu.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Dude, did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Bin gespannt, was jetzt kommt. Bin schon richtig excited. Oh, die
no
beiden.
need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte, do these...
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr.
Immer
Jurier.
noch die zwei Turteltauben.
Sir, please don't say things.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there. Still, if I might ask, where's that...
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Seems like everyone's here.
Oh,
Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Hello.
Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
All right.
Oh, sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Do I have to smile?
Same old, as you can see.
Wow.
Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention,
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are...
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Alright.
In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next...
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater... All right. Last stop, the docks.
The Docks. Dann haben wir es also offiziell vorerst mal geschafft, die nächste Archon Quest abzuschließen. Glaube ich. Maybe. I don't know. Wir haben die Überschwemmung von Fontaine mitgekriegt. Und die fantastische Storyline. Also bisher war es wirklich phänomenal. Ich kann es jedem empfehlen, die Storyline selber zu probieren, zu spielen. Und ich meine, wenn man mal überlegt, wie riesig Fontaine ist, also wie hoch, wenn du mal guckst, größer dieser, und das alles war Meter hoch, sogar weit über den Bergen überschwemmt. Also das war schon ein ziemlich hartes Pflaster, du, Und ich frage mich immer noch, was es mit ihr auf sich hat. Mit Charles' Meisterin und das Haustier ihres Meisters. Bin mal gespannt. Bis jetzt grandios. Die Archon Quest war richtig gut. 5 Stunden purer Spaß, Schweiß, Tränen, Wahnsinn, Erfolg, Geschichte, Story, Magic.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working
Unglaubliche
together.
Storyline, ohne Scheiß.
Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole
Ich
time
freue mich
since.
schon so drauf auf das nächste Update.
Traveler,
Auf die nächste
hi, Mom.
Erweiterung.
Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Unglaublich, ehrlich.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them.
Trick a friend. I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Oh.
Is this what you...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she
Oh,
wants to
noch
take a
ein
picture
gemeinsames
of us.
Foto von allen dreien.
Got
Oh,
it.
super.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the Father says that
dabei.
you did a great deal during the latest events. She's...
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a...
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were... It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nerville...
So there's some reason for this that only...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking...
Isn't he real busy and... But back to the topic.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
What? Wer ist das jetzt?
Father!
Well, what do you know?
Alecino!
Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, switching my masks is... Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire...
Nice.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings,
Yes?
Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the...
Farewell, Father.
Oh,
Wow.
She has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll...
Well,
Wow.
guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see the
Oh.
Neuvillette?
Jetzt geht's noch zu Neuvillette. Our final destination. Ich werde jetzt aber trotzdem mal was probieren. Auch wenn ich eigentlich davon ausgehe und weiß, dass es nicht möglich ist. Was mir das Gefühl gegeben hat, dass da noch was kommen wird. Wir haben aktuell... Lasst mich nicht lügen. Wait, was ist das? Tränen zwischen den Sternen. Oh. ...159, das heißt 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Immer noch 5 Stufen. Die wir nicht benutzen können, da, wenn ich das richtig noch in Erinnerung habe. Den Lucinebrunnen können wir eigentlich nicht erweitern. Also 40 ist das Max. Es sei denn, aktuelles Stufenlimit erreicht. 40 ist das aktuelle Stufenlimit. 5 weitere wären 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Und nochmal 5. Das heißt, es wird wahrscheinlich in 4.3 noch was Neues kommen. Was es ist, weiß ich nicht. Aber das wiederum sagt mir, dass unsere Reise in Fontaine noch nicht zu Ende ist. Und ich sag mal so, von der Karte her gesehen... Ich meine, das hier ist klar. Das hier ist der Korridor zu Fontaine. Aber so jetzt vom Dings her, vom Bereichstechnischen her, um das Ganze hier so ein bisschen abzurunden, habe ich irgendwie das Gefühl, dass hier das Stück noch dazu kommen wird. Oder eben als nächstes im nächsten Update eventuell hier das alles dazu kommt. Plus hier, maybe? Also so, das ist meine Expertise, mein Gefühl. Bin mir nicht sicher, aber wir werden es wahrscheinlich bald rausfinden. So. Ich muss jetzt aber mal ganz kurz was gucken. Aha, da war ja was. Zack. Dann haben wir schon mal das. Haben wir noch was anderes gehabt? Nein. Aber jetzt mache ich noch ganz kurz das hier. Switch hier hin.
There's still a long road ahead.
Dann müsste ich doch theoretisch... Nein? Okay, noch nicht. Schade. Marmelade. Aber gut. Also werden wir jetzt nach nach knapp 5,5 Stunden endlich zum Ende kommen. Ah, das war ein Spaß, ey. 5 Stunden. Ich habe schon lange nicht mehr so... ich habe schon lange nicht mehr so lange gestreamt. Aber das war ein echt schöner Spaß.
In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
Komm, Neuvillette.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Kurzfassung. Dankeschön.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolve.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element.
Wow.
Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Guess Fossilor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming...
Paimon sorta gets it now.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that.
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House.
But she's still got—
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for— In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon—
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full—
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro— Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite—
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay, dann machen wir noch das hier.
Oh,
Und die
that's
beiden anderen.
right. They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, we might as well accede to their request now.
What complicated considerations. Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Und?
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Natlan? Die Pyro-Region? Wait. Ist die nicht auf der linken Seite von Teviat? Also links von Fontaine und Sumeru? Also ist Natlan unsere nächste Station?
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Noch ein anderer Drache?
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Uh-oh.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you—
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oh. Alright, jetzt bin ich gespannt. Was hat die gute Skirk uns mitzuteilen? Doch keine Cutscene? Ich dachte, jetzt kommt eine Cutscene. So eine kleine Cinematic zwischen Neuvillette und Skirk. Skirkadirk. Derpen, derpen, Skirkadirpen. Oder doch?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry up.
Oh, okay.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here. so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget?
Oh.
You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Oh.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Interesting. All right. Das heißt also, wir können uns auf ziemlich Großes vorbereiten. Und Neuvillette hat ja einen kleinen Spoiler gegeben. Sprich, Natlan wird wohl die nächste
That's what she
Anspielstation.
told me. Whether it would prove useful or not.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces, huh?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all? That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for...
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god. And she suffered through all those years as a...
I suppose that would be the mystery. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Wow. Wir haben es offiziell abgeschlossen. Holy shit. Das war eine amazing journey. Unglaublich, ehrlich. Unglaublich. Das war bisher eine fantastische Reise. Wirklich. Und wir haben aber noch was. Animula Corage, Akt 1. Oh. Oh, what? Wait, what? Wir haben ja noch den Legenden auf. Ja, völlig Das habe ich ja wirklich völlig vergessen. Dass wir den auch noch haben. Das ist cool. Wait. Ach, einsammeln. Jetzt verstehe ich. Okay. Cool. Und wir haben den Free Wish. Den nutze ich natürlich gleich. Auch wenn wir wieder nichts kriegen. So, dann nehmen wir den noch an. Den werde ich aber offscreen machen, denke ich. Weil wir haben jetzt schon 5 Stunden hinter uns gebracht, beziehungsweise 5,5. Bis hierhin haben wir ordentlich was geleistet. Es hat super Spaß gemacht. Es war sehr abwechslungsreich. Die Story-Handlungen waren super durchdacht. Waren richtig mitreißend, interessant gestaltet. Total schön. Auch die ganzen Cutscenes. Also ich muss sagen, mein Fazit für 4.2 Fontaine, also für die weitere Questline, ist und wird bis jetzt immer noch eine glatte 12 von 10, also definitiv. Handlungsmäßig, rätsellösungsmäßig hat Fontaine wieder super geliefert. Also Genshin in dem Sinn. Es war super schön bisher. Also mir hat es wirklich richtig viel Spaß gemacht. Eins würde ich mir aber dennoch jetzt mal gerne angucken. Ja. Das machen wir auf jeden Fall noch. So, aber mein Fazit zu dem Ganzen ist, die jetzigen neuen Bereiche plus die Quests, die Rätsellösungen, die neuen Gebiete, die neuen Abschnitte, das Ganze freischalten, die ganzen Durchgänge der Quests, etc. Super durchdacht, super Handlungsstränge, wirklich top. Also bis jetzt ist mein Fazit, wie ich eben schon erwähnt habe, immer noch eine 12 von 10. Also MiHoYo hat dahingehend wirklich wieder einwandfrei geliefert. Und ich bin schon so gespannt, was in der nächsten Handlung passieren wird, weil, wie ihr ja eben gesehen habt, der Brunnen ist momentan nicht höher zu kriegen. Das heißt, es wird Fontaine-mäßig noch was kommen. Definitiv. Und den Legendenauftrag, den ich gerade angenommen habe, den werde ich offscreen machen, die Tage. Vielleicht werde ich das Ganze auch noch streamen, weiß ich nicht, mal gucken. Nur, weil ich denke, der Legendenauftrag wird sich auch um 2, 3 Quests ziehen, also wird da bestimmt eine Stunde rumkommen. Dahingehend denke ich, dass ich da nichts falsch machen kann. Oder werde. So, ich muss jetzt kurz mal was überlegen. Wo war das denn? Wo war das denn? Wo war das denn? Opera Eclipse. Ah, da müssen wir hin. Ich bin dumm. Das wollte ich mir angucken, nicht das andere. Da habe ich mich kurz irritieren lassen. Aber das gucken wir uns noch ganz kurz an. Denn da fand ja eben auch die ganze restliche Handlung statt, größtenteils. Der Prozess, etc. Ich frage mich, wie es da drin jetzt aussieht. So, Verzeihung. Frosch im Hals. Gut. Wir gucken uns den ganzen hübschen Spaß mal eben an noch. Ob es genauso aussieht, wie wir es verlassen haben. Ob wir das Opernhaus betreten dürfen oder nicht. Wir dürfen. Oh. Es ist unverändert. Okay. Ich dachte jetzt wirklich, dass dieser riesen Krater, der hinterlassen wurde durch die Hinrichtung, hier bestehen bleibt. Aber dem ist wohl nicht so. Interesting. Hoppala. Was war das denn? Okay. Interesting. Alright. Gut, dann würde ich sagen, machen wir an dieser Stelle einen Cut. Und es war eine fantastische Reise bisher, bis hierhin. Ich werde gucken, wahrscheinlich die Tage, die Woche werde ich dann einen Stream raushauen für den Legendenauftrag und was noch so anfällt, eventuell, Dailies, Event, etc. Mal gucken, vielleicht mache ich auch einen Farming-Stream, dass ich ein paar Dungeons durchgehe, ein paar Regionen abfarm. Und an dieser Stelle würde ich sagen, war's das dann für heute. Ich hoffe, euch hat das Ganze gefallen. Es war für euch interessant. Ihr habt auch die ein oder andere Lösung in Bezug auf eine Quest dadurch herausgefunden. So. Und wenn euch das Ganze gefallen hat, lasst ein Däumchen nach oben da. Schreibt was in die Kommentare. Und bis dahin, bis dann, bis zum nächsten Stream. Ulu.